Hello and welcome to the 24 level gym here in Bologna, Italy for the IFSC European Continental Cup. My name is Matt Groom and I'm calling all of the action here for you this morning. And good morning if you're listening. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're kicking back and getting ready for some pretty exciting semi-final action here in this wonderful gym. Check out that lead wall, the very center of your screen. It actually goes up to 24 meters high. Although, as you can see, the routes themselves top out slightly before that. There's only a certain amount of moves allowed on an IFSC style route, and that's where it finishes here. So no ceiling climbing for you this morning, but some exciting action ahead and some pretty tricky looking routes out there. The men's on the right, the women's on the left, and the athletes a couple of minutes before the live stream started have analysed and checked out this route. They're now waiting back in the isolation area for their turn. 24 athletes, we're looking for just a few finals places, so it's going to be tight at the top as we narrow down our climbers. Last night was the speed competition, so do go back and watch that if you haven't already. There was the speed qualifying and then the speed finals, so double speed action. And it was a really exciting competition, actually. Really close to lots of national PBs. Lots of PBs were sent. A close competition, lots of slips and slides along the way, as you'd expect from speed. But now we turn our attention to the lead, and the athletes qualified yesterday morning. And now they're back this morning here on a beautiful day in Bologna. The sun is shining. Lovely temperature. But in the gym, well, things are a little bit more tense here. This competition used by a lot of athletes as a sort of a warm-up, a practice for the Continental Championships that are coming in a couple of weeks. Think about Laval. And of course, in terms of IFSC World Cups, we're off to Slovenia next week and then China in a couple of weeks' time to finish off the World Cup normal circuit. We head into the Continental qualifying series where some more Olympic places are going to be given away. And of course, the athletes trying to get as many points as possible in order to get into that OQS series next year. Now, although this isn't an event where you can qualify points for that, there's a good chance for athletes to prove their worth to their federations. And of course, for some younger athletes who are coming through that youth circuit to be put into a situation where they're climbing against regular World Cup climbers. And hello to everyone who's watching on YouTube. Lovely to hear from you. Do drop me a question. I'll be grabbing athletes as they leave the wall, trying to find some special guests. But you've mainly got me this morning, so it's a chance to have a little chat. And someone's asked a question already. We need a new word for bouldering, which rhymes with lead and speed. I'll have a think. So do come and say hello on YouTube. I will be shouting out your comments. Why not, if you're watching us? And our first athletes are here from Israel, Or Minli for the men. For the women, Valentina Arnoldi from Italy gets a big response from the Italian crowd on the left. Nice to see Team Israel here. We do have a Golden Holds competition coming up at the very beginning of October. As the season starts to wind down, there's lots of climbing waiting for us. Don't you worry about that. So the athletes approach the wall. And we are underway here in Bologna. Tricky start for the men, as you can see, a bunched up undercling start, high feet. Quite a stressful body position for the men to get into. And for the women, well, their route goes through, winds through really one of the steepest sections of this wall. We've got a nice split screen. Thank you to the live stream crew here in Bologna, doing a great job with all the wonderful shots. Missing none of the action. And Orr is starting to fight on the right of your screen. Comes up with the left hand into the crimp. Again, good with the feet, keeping that body tension. Hips pressed close to the wall as he leans back on straight arms. And on the left, Valentina. I think she'd be climbing forever, but she's only a few meters up. It's such a big wall, this. And she's resting down low on the banana-shaped hold. Arms straight. We'll just take a moment to shake up before going up to the crimp, into the heel, and into the undercling on the left. Lots of action going on. Or Minli Slaps up to a tick mark on that jib. Potential double clip here, although it's quite far away from his head as he goes for the left-hand cross through with that heel locked in underneath. And now he's making the clip. Fairly awkward, gets it in though. Valentina shakes out, checking out the next sequence of holds. Big moves required for the women through this section. Zorminli cuts loose, swings round to the right. Remember, the athletes qualifying in the opposite order. And hello to everyone on the Farsi channel as well. Nice to hear you listening there too. Right, Valentina has a high heel locked in. Now drops back down, Zorminli goes. He takes the swing back down to the earth. Tricky route for the men. Immediately ramping things up here as we come up to just after 10:05. Valentina, meanwhile, is continuing her route. Goes all the way to the left here. She's on the furthest part to the left before it starts to come back to the right. She's matching that nasty crimp and sort of snatches through to the next banana hold. And that next quite large right Gaston is blocked. She's just there with fingertips. Really having to battle now as she upgrades, makes the match, gets some high feet in. Turns that knee towards the left as she makes another match on bad crimps. The match is saving her along the way there. Valentina sets the women's high point on 26. So do go and check out the YouTube channels. Come and say hello to me. Jan Havel, he's online. Split screen and fancy graphics, Italians stepping up the game. Yes, Jan, indeed. Yeah, thank you to the broadcast team here at 24 levels. I keep saying levels, 24 level. Cool, Jim. Hoping to sneak in a session later on. That's my plan. There's a kilter ball with my name on it. I mean, it doesn't, it says kilter, but you know what I mean. Hello, Jan. Saying hello. Good morning, Gabriel. Nice to hear from you. Hope you're kicking back with a coffee. Next two athletes are out. Ingrid from Norway. Very regular to the World Cup scene nowadays. Norway really coming on in terms of their climbing. And meanwhile, Orr is still undoing the knot. He took quite a big fall, and he's got that classic climber's pump going on, I think. You need some iron fingers to get that figure eight out. Give him a hand, someone, go on. The B-layer is perhaps not helping that situation, but it's being fixed now. He's got some steel fingers working on that. Ingrid, meanwhile, is through the flat holds at the beginning. No jibs on those. I did have a good look. They're pretty flat. Everyone's saying hello on the Farsi YouTube channel. Come on, EpicTV. We've got two simultaneous streams going on. Give me a good morning and a hello wherever you are. Let me know where you are in the world watching this. Were you just flicking through YouTube, saw some comp climbing, I thought, yes. That's the way I'm spending my Sunday. Enrique on the right from Spain. Good to see such a big presence from Team Spain as well. Really exciting to have them here in the building. Nice relaxed start to this morning. Ingrid on the left, just 21. Coming through onto that scene. Many World Cups, but a couple. And Enrique, he's climbing his way, power up through the underclings, much quicker than Orr was. She's 22 as well. So as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, a lot of athletes trying to impress their selectors and national teams at these kind of events. Oh, hello, we're getting some shout-outs. Noah Davidson from Ottawa, hello. And Ben, greetings from Germany. Hello from Germany, Mr. Ben. Enrique doing well as he crosses over onto that blocked hold. Fingers need to be tense through this section. And Ingrid as well swings loose. She's on the back hold, making good progress as she approaches the high point set by Valentina. She's at 21, 26 was the high point. Enrique is almost up to Orr's high point as well, but he drops the big bump up to the left. Savagely blocked that hold. Doesn't allow a lot of area to get the fingers into. I'm just watching a replay here. That was Ingrid's fault from earlier on. Hello from Vienna, Austria. There's a little chat going on the Farsi channel there. It's lovely to see. I've missed the chat. There's something IFSC took away due to some fairly unpleasant behaviour from certain members of our community, but it's fun to have it here. So if you're on the chat, keep it nice because I really enjoy it. Any questions? Anything I've got wrong? Let me know. Oh, no, this was the clip on the right. Just got that extended draw in, and that was the bump. That's the blocker I was talking about. The chalk is sort of deceptive. It makes it look deeper, but it's very, very shallow to hit. And you're going from low and across through. Manu on EpicTV from Spain. What's up, Manu Diaz? Right, Romania enter the arena. It is George Kalin Tansa. Up for the men. And Ariana will enter for the women in a couple of minutes. There is George Kalin Tansa. Talking about the Romanian team, go and check out the IFSC Paraclimbing Romanian Blind Climbers, or Visually Impaired Climbers. I don't know why that's made me think of it, but whenever I think of Team Romania now, I think of that awesome para team. And George, a little bit of nerves down low as he got the high clip in. Just needs to settle himself into this route, although the men's route is hard right from the get-go. From the Czech Republic, Ariana has just entered. Marina, I should say. Hello, Joe Mandrill from France. Ben Oswich says, is Alex Magos competing? Yes, he is. He's coming up last. So make sure you stick with us for Alex Magos. Not everything I say on here is the truth, I will be honest. But you never know. Stick around and see. George into the underclings on the left. Bumps that hand, trying to find the double jibs that are under there. He's got both hands on them now. Arina on the left from the Czech Republic. She's standing up. Congratulations to Mr. Adam Ondra. Oh, fall from George. He never quite looked comfortable, did he? Couldn't work his way through that section. Just looked to be struggling from the get-go. Couldn't settle into the route. Arina on the left, dropping down. Yeah, congratulations to Alex Magos for winning the Rock Masters duel the other day. And Yanya, right? Bit of a surprise, that. Didn't see it coming. So yeah, a lot of athletes down in Arco this weekend, but we're in Bologna. Hasn't got the lake, does have churches. You decide. And that is the enormous wall that we have. Jan's agreeing with me. When we think about Romanian climbing, you think about paraclimbing. It is true, isn't it? They have such a strong para team, especially with that visually impaired category. Arina, good work with the feet here. Sits on that right toe, trusting the feet. She leans back, shakes out to rest, and has the cross in. It's a good early resting position from her, but she's only about 10 meters in. It's just insane, the dimensions of this route. Ben's asking, are there two climbing comps at the same time? I think the Arco one technically was before, although I don't think there's many athletes doing both. This is a little bit more sort of, what is this event? It's more, we've got some real world-class climbers here, for sure, especially in the speed yesterday, but this is, the Continental Cups are a good way to bring athletes up into the pressurized environment of an IFSC World Cup, for example, because I don't think people understand the pressure that these athletes are under, especially when you're 16 or that kind of age coming through. So it's a good chance for them to climb under some pressure. Raphael Gruber from Austria is a good example of that. Trying to break into that Austrian team. He needs to prove himself on the Continental Cup level. Some athletes, of course, sort of miss this process. But a lot of them use these Continental Cups, European Cups, in order to get sort of into the game. So Raphael rests down low, gets a high foot in, has the crimp with the right hand, bumps the left into the undercling, and then makes a big move up. And you can see him try to sort of stuck between two minds. Does he bump? Does he try static? He goes for the bump eventually. Arena as well, really good work from her. I'm trying to see if I can see a clock from where I'm sitting. I can see a clock. So she's at 2 minutes 20 on the left. About halfway up, just showing how enormous these routes are. And not just in terms of length, in terms of complexity as well. So Arena resting her way up nicely through here. Gets a little knee scrub locked in on the left. Not enough to fully rest, but that's smart climbing from her. She's coming up to the 2 minute mark. Has the crimp now. Needs to unwind a bit. Raphael, and Arena falls. As does Raphael. This men's route, savagery. Ben Oswich, talking about speed on the YouTube channel. Ben, I completely disagree with you, and I'm not just saying that. Speed is something that I've really got my way into, if that makes sense, and I cannot tell you how impressive the athletes are and the amount of work. And you come and watch a speed comp in real life, it's like it's a 100-meter run on a wall. It's so impressive. So if you're sitting there thinking speed is not great, I know what you mean in terms of it doesn't feel like climbing perhaps you do every day, but the level of skill and the excitement for a speed finals is like nothing I've ever commentated on. So I do disagree, Ben. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ben. I respect your opinion, my friend, but you're wrong. Next couple of athletes coming out now from that isolation area, as you can see in the background, through the blue tarpaulin. That blocks off half the bottom floor of the level gym. Ruth Monsech Gascar on the left. There she is from Spain. Checking out her route again. Luca Malosti from Italy. Reminding himself of the sequences, and he'll need to be on his game. You know how hard the route is straight off the deck. I will be trying to grab some athletes and some people. We've got a couple of climbers here in the audience. So I'll try to grab some of them to have a chat with you as well. Got audience members next to me, in fact. Good morning. I get to sit right in the middle of the action, which is really cool. I was given the option, do I want to sit in a yoga studio or do I want to sit on stage? And I said, on stage, please. Ben is having this speed debate. I'm not going to debate this, Ben. He's saying it's always the same. It is always the same, but so is the 100 meters. And how incredible is that? It's just raw, Ben. Speed is raw. It's athlete versus athlete. It's not athlete versus the wall. It's athlete versus athlete. And the mind games and the battles they have. Oh, just trust me, Ben. Trust me. Go and watch it live. Right, Luca is having to drop back down here, sorting his feet out. Ruth on the left has a good toe hook in. Resting position, a good one for the women, but it can sort of suck you in. It's a good position, quite low down on the route, and part of climbing at this level is knowing when you need to go from a rest. And that's actually good work from Ruth. Luca as well, into the underclings. This is where you've really got to fight for the men. Gets the right toe drilled in, drops the right knee slightly, comes up to the edge of that volume, and then he needs to bump into the jibs, which is found with the left hand. No tick marks to indicate them, but they're kind of in the obvious place where you drop in. Check out Ruth as well with that good right heel, but it is low. She's going to have to work out a way of unlocking that when she makes this bump up. And a fall from Ruth. She goes down. So everyone getting about halfway up the routes. That's the high point so far. So a way to go. I'll stick with Luca here, getting nice support from the Italian crowd. Luca crosses through to the blind blocked crimp. Up to the second block crimped. Has the heel locked in, turns those toes down. A lot of people talking about the dual Rockmasters, whether that's the ideal form of speed. And I know what you mean. It is like speed, but different, isn't it? It's just, I think I've spent so much time watching how the athletes, the speed climbers, train and prepare that I have so much respect for them that I get very involved in a speed competition. It's so raw. And as a commentator, I love emotion. Look at this cut loose from Luca as well. Yeah, I love emotion, and speed climbers have that in buckets, and it's just addictive. I have no logic to this argument, basically. It's a gut thing, you know. Speed just feels special somehow. I'm not saying my opinion was always that. Oh, big fall. Luca turned the heel into a toe, got the side scrub in. But that is potentially a high point. He's on 26 due to count back. Yeah, so 26 plus. There we go. Just confirm that. Good graphics. Thank you to the live stream crew. I know I shouted them out earlier, but I'm going to shout them out again. Good camera work. Good graphics. Nice people. Thank you very much. Let's watch this again from Luca. Had the right bump. That's the ticked crimp. Heel under. This was earlier on in the route. Really got that ankle involved. You can see on the cross route. As much skin as possible. But the fall was to that. Oh, through that. Got the blocked crimp. Hit it well. Had the heel locked in. It was after this. You can just imagine the hands starting to open up here on these pinches. There's the fall on the cross through. Difficult moves. It's techie climbing for the men. Jennifer from Slovenia. Another good example of one of these young athletes coming through. Needs to be careful down low, though. She'll know there's some early falls going on. Just needs to be precise through here as she reaches back, chalks up. Keep the chat coming on YouTube. Let me know if you're enjoying the comp. What do you think of the routes? Pretty good so far. Hard, eh? So Jennifer Buckley has the left hand in. Just 16 years old. No World Cups yet. Johannes Hofer on the right from Austria. Imagine being in a team with people like Jakob Schubert to draw on experience. He's got a bit of experience, has Mr. Johannes, 21. Got some World Cups to his names. especially in lead. Johannes up to the crimp. Has the right hand locked in. And look at the speed of Jennifer as well. She's up into this techie series of moves. All about the feet through here. Gets the block Gaston, swings the feet out right. That's starting to work. As Jan has just pointed out, Jennifer, fresh silver medalist from the youth. That's true. Yeah, the youth comp was in Korea this year. I wasn't there. I was a bit gutted not to be there, to be honest. Done every youth comp for the last couple of years. Absolutely love them. Johannes fighting as he comes up with the right. Locks in the left heel, toes down. Jennifer flicks those feet around. And she falls, going right, trying to look for that plus point. Not sure she'll get it, but 30 is the new high point for the women. Jennifer, the silver medalist, doing well. Johannes Hofer. Quite a few World Cups to his name. Not really breaking into the top 50 on a regular basis, for sure. Duan Briançon, 61st. Out with the left hand now. Slight swing, but keeps the feet engaged on the wall. That right toe, all important on the black volume. He's nearing the high point. One move away. Can't, though, get through to the blocked crimp. He's out and done. Let's check out this replay as well. Just that left hand sort of peeling away from the pinch there on the left. That was the fall, as we saw. Ping of the feet, missed the cross route. So Viola is underway on the left, heavily taped up right shoulder. Approve of the choice of shoes, though. Let's do some shoe watching. I can say things about shoes, can't I think. Sometimes a bit restricted on that one. Maybe I get my geek on. 16 in Seoul for lead. There's Viola. And again, a mix of Continental Cups, World Cups, mainly in the 60s in terms of World Cups. She comes up with the left crimp, gets that locked in. Palm down to stand up. Good work from her. A real footwork intensive move, this. And Arnaud on the right from Belgium. Briançon, his last World Cup, 50th there. Hello, Peter on YouTube. He's just confirming his names. Hello, Maria Ross from Austria. Lots of Austrians watching us here. Hope you're enjoying. Your compatriots are doing well. Hello from California. What time is it in California? Is it very early, very late? Can't be normal time, surely, in California. I mean, it's, what time is it now? 10:30 Central European time here. So dedication, Mr. I Putsikopol on YouTube. Sasura saying, routine pretty hard. Falls relatively early. How many competitors are left for the semi-finals? There's 24. 24 in total. 1:30 in the morning from California. Ooh. Well, thank you for joining me at 1:30 in the morning. That is some dedication. Viola resting. She bumps up with the left hand. The lights actually flick on there on the wall. I think we had a light out, so a bit more vision for the athletes. And Arnaud into the jibs there. Hello from South Africa, Luca Z, sorry. Yes, South Africa. I've been to South Africa, I've never climbed there. Love to. Arnaud with some clever footwork here. I'm not sure that's going to work. He's got sort of, well, it is working for the clip, but his right heel is jammed into the jibs underneath, but the tension required for that move is crazy, and I think he might have outthought himself a bit on that move, but it's worked. We'll have to see. But now he needs to get another heel in order to make this next cross through. You can see that perhaps that burns him a bit. And Viola is trying to do the move out to the Gaston as statically as possible to avoid that swing. Arnaud gets the crimp in on the left. Viola eventually has to commit for the jump, gets it, keeps the right foot buried in. One of those moves, I'm not sure if it's easier to work your way around as she does go. Might have just wanted to launch. Hello from Czechia. Martin. People all around the world, this is wonderful. Joining me on a Sunday morning here. Oh, there's a socks discussion going on the Farsi channel. Oh no. So, Oz de Gecko, apparently his name is Pete. He never liked climbing without socks. He feels stable in them. And he started climbing in the 1990s. Well, Peter has the, he's pro sock. I love a good sock, chat. Look, generally, Peter, I agree with you. Obviously, personal preference, but we're seeing a lot of athletes wearing socks. And I've specifically asked, and apparently for some of them it helps that feeling of sweat when you're sliding around. Let's check out Arnaud on this move before I talk more about socks. Checking out the block crimp. 2 minutes 56 on the clock. Looking for the big move. Hits it, misses it with the fingers and comes down. Fifth for him, round about that Crux move, Crux sequence. Yeah, so apparently in hotter countries like Indonesia and Japan occasionally as well as being a sort of cleanliness thing, people are saying that, that it just helps that feeling when you've got sweaty feet and you're sliding on the inside of a climbing shoe. Now, that's not a feeling that I necessarily know of, as in, like, when I sweat in climbing shoes, they're usually tight enough to hold me in. But that's the reason why some people wear socks. So, sock debate started. So you watch a replay there of the fall. People can't sleep on YouTube. I'm sorry about that. 2:30 a.m. from Canada. Gentleman hurt his neck and back climbing today. I'm so sorry, Damon. Get well soon, mate. We're watching a replay here. Wasn't quite high enough in that hold. Super low. Got the pinch in well, but the finger's sliding out. Savina Vasili from Italy. She's underway. Yeah, tricky routes so far. So, Savina up with the left. Good work from her. She gets the crimp in. Out towards the Gastons now, working her way across. Savina, part of this big Italian crew in the building at the moment. She was 9th in Seoul. Good work from her. Yeah, what was Seoul like? I did catch some of it, but I will admit I had a bit of a holiday during that time, so I wasn't watching every live stream. I'm sorry. Mikel from Spain. Yeah, the youth is a cool competition. I'm a big fan of that. Plus Korea, I mean, what else can you say? What a country that is. So Mikel from Spain, long man. Can I call him a long man? How long is he? 180 long. 184 long. Tall. I'll get my English in gear. Did well in Bern, 55th for Boulder and Lead, the combined competition. 60th, yeah, so he's had a good world champs. Just outside of the top 50 overall, but good from her. Right, Savina. Good from him, I should say. Savina cuts loose down low, has the block crimp with the right hand, eyeing up the crimp, but needs to do a big move around into that volume. Gets it nailed in this time. People asking about scores. We're not sort of keeping them always updated. I do have the app open as well, so I'll let you know. But go and download the app just to help me out. But currently, Johannes Hofer for the men is in the top spot. Jennifer Buckley from Slovenia for the women. We're looking for 8. Mikel has the pinch in, has the toes. Just, I cannot get over how body tensiony this route is. Just to let you updated on Damon's neck injury as well on YouTube. It's been getting worse for the past 4 hours. Damon, I'm no doctor. Might be time to see a doctor though. I'll take a... I was about to say take a lot of painkillers, but I can't advise that on YouTube, can I? Don't take a lot of painkillers. Don't listen to me. Go see a doctor, Damon. Have a stretch. I hope you're okay. So Mikel has the left crimping, comes up into the pinch, upgrades the feet. Good flowy work from him. And Savina has that, well, much better knee bar in. Allows you to shake out with that hand. She wants the sort of back knee bar, I think, as well, in order to get the other knee. She falls on the cross. Mikel heading towards the Crux sequence, hits the left hand. He's in now, moves the right feet through. Will need to climb quickly, as we know. Hits the pinch. Should get through these next few moves okay, but it's the cross through coming up, which has proved problematic. Has a really good high foot here. Looked like he was losing it. I think he's, yeah, drops it. People have been crossing through with the left. Chris Ria saying Dr. Matt on YouTube. No, let me just really confirm this one. Any advice of any sort that I give on a live stream should be taken with a huge degree of skepticism, especially medical advice. Please don't sue. Watching a replay here, this was down low on the Gaston. I feel like we sort of go down rabbit holes on these live chat broadcasts. I get too in-depth, I get too involved with the people listening, as well as the climbers, of course. Good work from Mikel, this was. Had that heel in, kind of snatched back in to the match. Nearing the halfway point, getting there anyway. Finals tonight, I think about 4:30. Oh, Damon, see, this is what I mean by getting involved. Damon with the sore neck on YouTube is a sports scientist and an ex-nurse. There's a muscle issue. Thank God you're not listening to my advice, Damon. You've got it covered. He needs a chiropractor. Not sure about that. You can have that debate. Right, watching Sunniva from Norway. Someone was asking earlier about why Norway doesn't have better climbers. I think they do have some pretty good climbers. But a very flat country, having been there. Certain Magnus Mitbo. Good bouldering, actually. There's an old EpicTV video where I got lost with Magnus Mitbo on a beach. From Italy. He comes up to the crimp, gets a high foot pushed in. Quick work from him as well. Runiva is resting on the rest down low. And now she moves through, gets that left foot, sitting on that left foot. I haven't seen her on sort of this level since Dallas. A long time ago, for the youth in Dallas, I should say, 2022. Good to see her back in action. Ah, thank you, Damon. Nice comment. Appreciate that, mate. Very kind of you, especially considering it's 2:30 in the morning, you're in agony. Sunniva climbing well on the left. My eye keeps getting dragged back towards her. Positive climbing as she bumps up. Martin is pointing out that Norway isn't flat. Well, maybe. I haven't been to the mountainous bit. I've been to the flat bit. He's right, though. What am I talking about? It's Lofoten and all that stuff, isn't it? I am talking complete rubbish. I've forgotten my geography. I think I was thinking of the Netherlands. You're right, Norway is not flat, but the climbing is spread out. Let's leave it at that. Sunniva has a shoulder in, fighting now on the right, gets the match just. You can see the second she hit the match, meant she could lean back, stretch out, and get a good knee bar in, but she is still fighting. Jelic comes down on the right from Italy. He fell on that Crux cross through as well. Sunniva had a good knee and could change the hand into a right. Great fight from her. Into second place now, but eventually the hands explode off those holes. Lots of Norway support on the Farsi YouTube chat. EpicTV chat is still talking about the flat Norway conspiracy. I made it very clear that what I say on a live stream, especially with medical and now geography, it turns out. Pinch of salt, everyone. I did completely forget Norway's geography, I will admit. Just in my head, all I had was Helsinki, which is flat. If you go north, though, good climbing. Or maybe it isn't. I mean, it's a conspiracy now, isn't it? So maybe it is flat. Who knows? Can we prove it? Is it possible? Damon's asking, what's my favourite part of the route? I think he's talking to me. For the men, I love that cross-through move. It looks savage. Low feet, big cross-through. And for the women, it's just the complexity of the feet I think I'm enjoying. Lots to check out. That's me, anyway. What do you guys think? What's your favourite parts of the route? Stefan Potuek is in for the men. He gets underway. Helsinki ain't Norway. Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to stop talking about geography now. Just going to give up on that. Stefan from Czech Republic. Looking strong as he comes up. Powerful shoulders through that sequence. And Team France on the left. Yes, I'm aware it's Finland. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm truly talking rubbish there. This is why I got confused about it being flat, you see. This is why. Because Finland's flat. This explains it all. The confusion started really early on that one. Oh, goodness me. There's more chat about Norway being flat now than the climbing. Let's focus, everyone. I appreciate that one's my fault. It's Sunday morning. Right, so for the men, he's into this tricky sequence now. Clotilde from France. Great to see some strong French speed climbers last night. National record going down for actually no personal record for Capucine Viglioni. Although I was told that the speed wall isn't necessarily regulation, so you can't take those PBs, but I'm not convinced by that. Step on the right, 99th in Bern for lead. Big field, remember, in Bern. And a fall from him. There's a great comment on YouTube I'm going to read in a minute. This really made me laugh. Good resting here. Has that high heel in. And the wall angle, it's hard to tell from any broadcast or live stream about wall angles. But very steep through here. I was chatting to Jacopo about this, and he was like, it's deceptive, isn't it? And it really is deceptive. It's one of those walls you stand underneath and you cannot envisage yourself on top of it. You know, like it's a lot of climbing to get through. Of course, these routes stopping before the 24-meter mark, which is the top of the wall. Clotilde is doing well on this cross through, but this move coming up, which seems to sap, hits the right hand just, loses the right foot, keeps it back on. Don't think she's going to get this clip in, though, is kind of ignoring it at the moment. Oh, she misses. Yeah, I think she was starting to burn up. Yeah, someone commented on YouTube, Matt is like one of those drunken friends who just keeps spitting factoids, but it's so fun you don't want him to stop. Someone should stop me. Yeah, someone's saying on the other YouTube channel that 24 is crazy high. It is crazy high, this wall. And as I said, the route stopping before the top, there's only a certain amount of moves you can have on one of these routes. It's just too long to fit it in. We watch a replay here. This was the move where she started to burn out into that Gaston, as we've seen everyone do. Didn't get the knee bar or attempt the knee bar. And fell going up with that right hand for the crimp. Tickling it, but not quite. Yanis Goutier from France is underway. Bit of a foot moment down low. I think he'll recover. Remember, hard off the deck for the men. Yanis, lots of youth comps to his name. Everyone trying to impress, but Team France, as we know, has a fairly stacked field. He's having to fight down low, into the jibs. Hits the next right hand. Good accuracy from him, though, as he gets the heel in, locked into that jib. He really needs a shakeout, doesn't he? A moment to pause it. Keep the chat coming on YouTube. I'm enjoying it, everyone. Nice to have that conversation. A big swing around there as well. Audience member next to me literally going, ooh, in my ear. It's close. Crosses through, hits the crimp, locks it off, thumb over the top. He's into the finger sequence now, hits into the undercling. You can see the marks left by the thumbs, cross through and a fall, and that move. Brutal. Everyone, 9 climbers now around that sequence. Daniel, a suggestion, which I'm not convinced about. They should add a new discipline of competition climbing, free solo. No? No. Deep water solo, maybe. Free solo, maybe not. I think we'd go through athletes pretty quick. Isia Martinez Almendros is underway on the left. Climbing quickly through that bottom sequence of flat holds. Confident climbing from her. She was running around like a maniac reading this route. Third in Seoul, so wants to build on that performance for her. There's one of those taking advantage of that new Chris Sharma gym in Barcelona. A lot of people coming out of there at the moment. Lucas on the right as well. He's reading the route. Isia up with the right hand. Now, I can't wait to see her on that Gaston move. We know the pedigree she's got coming into this competition. We know the form she's in. There's a lot of solo comments coming through now. Is Adam Ondra in this? Yep, he's following Magos at the end of the comp. Stick around. Deep water solo seems to be a popular thing, though. I mean, look, there's Psycho Block comps, right? North Face are doing one at the moment. Isia has a high left toe locked in. Good work from her. Shakes out with that left hand. We're watching Lucas here as he comes into the undercling. Hits the second jib. So much chalk there, it's kind of obvious in terms of where to find that, and it's instinctive. Good setting through that section. Lucas needs to save something down low. He's climbing steadily. Isia She's through that Gaston move well. Now gets the right foot in, drops the knee down. She's up into the podium places, but remember, only a semi-final this, so we're just looking for our finalists. High left toe, rocks out, hits the crimp just, and that will move her up into the top spot, 31st now. As you get to see a new section of route. Can she get something back though? Flat holds coming up. And Lucas comes out straight away to the big section of chalk, ignores the thumbprint areas. And he falls on the cross through. That move, brutal, brutal for the men. But Izia is extending her lead. She's up to 35 now. And into the final panel of this women's route. So I guess let's call it the head wall on this. Falls reaching up to the banana. She comes down. People are asking, where can I find the list of climbers? Best thing is to download that app I keep banging on about. IFSC app. It's free. It's on, you know, Apple thing and Android things. Was it Google Play Store? I was trying to work this out yesterday. But it's free. That's got the full list of everyone who's in the semi-finals. Let's watch Izia again. That was the fall. There's also a list on the IFSC website itself, but you've got to kind of search for it a little bit more. It's in events and continentals and etc. It's in there. Gotta have a look. Ilya is on from Ukraine. There he is. Congratulations to Ukraine, who dominated the men's speed. Yaroslav Tash taking the overall as well for the Continental Series. Quintana on the left. Quintana. I used to call a certain athlete Nikita instead of Nika. Always reminded me a bit like a ninja. I've clearly gone that route with Quintana as well. She's full ninja in my mind. People are saying men's route, bit cruxy. I know what you mean, it's cruxy sequence, isn't it? But remember, a lot of athletes to come. Ilya creeps up with the left hand. He's a good photographer, is Ilya. Checking out some of his photos once. Had a very nice dinner with him once upon a time. Now rests, hips pressed into the wall. Looking upwards, showing how overhanging it is, that route. Actually, he's having to lean back. Quintana bumps up with the right hand as well. It is cruxy, but often with these routes, it just takes one person to unlock it, and then it seems like everyone following nails it. But it's a hard sequence of moves for sure. And Ilya is looking like he's fighting a bit here. And considering how hard the top of the route is, he needs to save a little bit more, I think. Quintana, meanwhile, has the good rest. Doesn't stay too long, which is good. A lot of climbing left to go for the women. Matt, can you explain the Continental Series' importance for Olympic qualification? It doesn't really have an effect, but what it does do is allow the athletes to get a bit of practice in. So for the speed guys, for example, yesterday, they've got Rome coming up in 2 weeks. Dedicated Olympic qualifying event. So this competition just let everyone get their head into the comp mode. And it's kind of the same for the lead climbers. Not too many of these climbers sort of have that full-on Olympic aspiration in terms of maybe getting it soon, but they're up and coming, they're young, so we might be watching future Olympians here. But the Continental are very important for deciding who qualifies for bigger comps within the national series and circuit. So you have to do well here in order to prove to your selectors that you deserve a place on the team. And of course, you've got to get into the team. That's how you get the Olympic place. So it is important like that, but not directly, if that makes sense. Ilya falls. He was starting to burn out a bit. Fairly low from him, or at that low crux. Quintana, though, is doing well, has the high heel, flexibility needed for the women's route up high. Look how high that left is. Yeah, people pointing out how stacked the French and Italian teams are. Yeah, I mean, Italy you'd expect being in Italy, but France bringing the team here. And Quintana falls, was doing well. She's up to third as it stands, so we'll have to wait and see. Nearing the midway point of our semi-finals. Audience have been filing into the gym here. Pretty packed now, actually. Nice to see. Slow start. I think everyone has had an espresso, which was very much needed. We watched Quintana shaken out, hits the jug. Didn't have the feet though. Looked more like a feet pop than anything else there. Had a left hand in the jug, and Ilya, he was stretched out. Good use of the ankle there. Into the underclings, but he dropped this cross-through move, and it is hard, as we know. Damon, who's been very vocal on the YouTube chat, has the neck injury we're talking about soon. Keep us updated on that, please. If you go quiet, I'll get worried about you. Or you've gone to sleep, so, you know. Maybe let me know if you're sort of feeling sleepy, okay? Just so if you disappear, I don't send an ambulance or something. I don't know where you live. Oh, but that is getting creepy now. I gotta stop. Talk myself into a rabbit hole. From Belgium. Lost his name. Tees Van de Christ, of course. Mine got lost on the list. So Tees, more experienced. Team Belgium, though, is. You all remember Hannes if you watch the regular circuit. Slab climbing king, Mr. Hannes. Tees has been hitting up the World Cup circuit for a while. 17th in Briançon recently. So he's a gentleman who could definitely make an impact on this podium. Nama from Israel. Great to see Team Israel here. As I said, a competition coming up that I love being invited to. Golden Holds. That's coming soon. Good way to finish off the season. Beautiful Tel Aviv. Nama did well in Bern as well. She was 21st for Boulder. So expecting some powerful stuff from her. So 2 quality athletes out there right now. Tees especially really has his eye on a finals place this evening. No sleeping from Damon, fair enough. People liking the Belgium yellow kit. I do too. I like the sleeves because you got the vest look as well, and you got the t-shirt style that Tees here is wearing. He's really having to fight. He wants a knee bar, doesn't he? But he set too low on that jib to get it in. He is fighting. I might have jinxed him here. Yellow shoes to match the yellow top. Hits it just. Fingers sliding down. He was a bit inaccurate with that. Let's see if he can find something for the heels. It looks like that clip, by the way, is right by his head, but it's not. It's awkward. That's the better position to clip it into. So well read from him. And Nama hits the big pinch. Athletes at the same height, as you can see, 16 and 17 on the wall. And Tees has found something here. He's got a moment to recover. Struggled on the bottom sequence, needs to get something back. We can know how hard it is. Hits the first cross through. Shouldn't be too bad from here. Keep an eye on the left of your screen as well. Nama comes up with the left hand. Tees has the heel locked in. I think he's found something back. Bit calmer from him. And straight away into the big chalk mark, missing the thumbs. But it's this move, and he does nail it. He has found something. Should get through the next sequence. And if he can get through the next sequence, well, I mean, he's already in 4th. Hits the left hand, gets the heel in. Bit lower with that heel than we've seen some athletes. Now makes the match. He's up into 4th place. Hard to tell from that graphic there, but it's all grouped around this section. Nama cuts loose. That was a big, powerful move from her. And Tees hits the crimp, immediately bumping him up. We lose Nama. All action now. Tees moves into the #1 spot. Great recovery from him. And now we get to see maybe another hold. We do. Left hand on the blocked crimp. He's heading towards the final couple of panels here on this wall. And an opportunity to shake out. Look at that right arm, though. The elbow coming up. Hits a big drop knee in order to make this right-hand clip. Rocks up on the heel. He's into the... It's pretty much the last panel. There's another one after that, but it's just a volume and a couple of holds on it. So not really a full panel. So last full panel for him. Level 24 gym. Shout out to you guys. Great cafe. Massive gym. What is the angle of the steepest part of the wall? Good question, and one that I do not know, to be honest. It's not uber steep. It's not like it sort of disappears out of view. Tees, God, elbows coming up. But I'll find out the exact dimensions for you for the final. You could see him starting to fall, but that is an awesome effort from Tees. Found something down low. Juju saying we need live chat for the World Cup circuit. Much more fun. True, much more fun, perhaps less professional from me. That's something I'd have to work on. I do enjoy the live chat. I like interacting with you guys, so I'm not sure I'll be able to behave myself on an IFSC World live chat. Maybe that's a good thing, who knows. My maturity levels drop down when I chat to you. And they're low to start with. Yeah, someone saying, Jan saying, Tees had a moment down low, but he's strong, nice recovery. It was a good recovery, and he did have to fight, because he did have a moment down low. He's still undoing that knot. Tinkaraka from Slovenia. Just on the edge of your screen. Tees finds the audience, had a shake of the head there. People seem to like the idea of a live chat. I'm just not sure my bosses will agree. So Tinka is standing up on those flat holds. No jibs on those. Not the hardest start for the women, but you've got to keep focused through. Don't want to over grip. It's one of those things where it's one of those experience things that over gripping is a bad thing to do. And you'll know that. If you don't know what over gripping is, it's when you hold on to the holds just a little too hard. You think you're sort of secure, but you're actually burning yourself out. And it's hard to catch yourself doing it. You have to be very self-aware. Next time you're in the gym, just think about your hands. And if you're gripping hard, just think if you can relax your hands a little bit. Honestly, it's a weird feeling when you put your focus into your hands and you realize you're over gripping. Guillermo Frangilio from Spain on the right. Needs to climb quickly. A lot of love for Shauna coming through on the chat. Yeah, Shauna was great, wasn't she? So experienced. So Tinka is on the rest on the left. Gets a good dish in. Doesn't want to hang around too long. Big bumpy move up to a pinch. Guillermo as well is resting down low. You have to on this men's route. Guillermo has the heel locked into the jibs, gets the clip in. This sequence you have to read properly. Get that left hand up, then make the clip. It's awkward from any angle, but I think that's the best place to do it. Tinka in 12th, Guillermo 13th. Great Gaston from her. That's one of the best ways I've seen that done here this morning. It's one of those moves you have to bump into quickly. I think if you think about it too long, you get your feet in the wrong place. Slam out into the Gaston, get it done, move on. Easier said than done, of course, and we have watched 13 or so athletes come through here, but it's just one of those moves. I think if you overthink it, that's where the problems come. Graham, good resting. Tinker, we lose her on the left. Grahamo's still fresh as he cuts loose, flies into those pinches. He's up into 5th now. Suddenly the level for the men. Remember, the athletes are coming out in the opposite order from where they qualified. Palm down, saved him there as he swung those hips out. Has the toes locked in. Yeah, so opposite order. So they're coming out last. That's where they've qualified. So Arsène Duval. Oh, I said Adam Ondra comes last, didn't I? I might have lied about that one. Arsène is out last for the men. Camille Puget for the women. So 2 World Cup athletes. Grahamo with the heel. Good dynamic heel in here. He's climbing quickly, but he's doing well. 2nd position at the moment. Apparently I'm pronouncing Grahamo wrong. Sorry. Grahamo. There we go. Hope that's better. Matches on the dish. Up the left hand, drops with the right, crosses through again with the left. In number 1 position, just ahead of Tees as he falls. That was a good fight from him. Solid climbing from Grahamo throughout. Thank you, Manu, for that pronunciation correction. Let's see this from Tinker again. Had to fight here. Got the left hand, dropped in. Was trying to find a match with the feet, but it's so blind. I think she sort of tripped over herself trying to make that. Graham was really impressed with that cross through. Flying around up there. It just seemed that the faster and more wildly he climbed, the more he seemed to get something back. That was impressive. No tops so far. The men's route slowly unlocking itself in front of our eyes. From Belgium, Céline Cypress. Yeah, it's funny, we had chat about the Belgian kit. I don't often talk about kits, but the Belgian one is fancy, isn't it? It's sort of like if a designer brand could design a kit, that's what they come up with. Am I right? Am I wrong? What do you think? It's like Spain's, very nice, quite blocky, quite red. Belgium, though, I mean, you gotta look at that thing. There's levels to it. I like it. Twists those hips over to the left. Awkward at the moment. Now has to stand up on that right foot. Nothing really to stand up on. No jib there. Makes the clip. About as far left as this route goes. From now on, it sticks to the center section of this wall. Damon, how many moves? I'm not sure exactly how many moves. Actually, I can find out from you. I've got a judge next to me. Hang on a sec. Give me a moment, and I'll find out how many moves. "47 moves for the women. Men's, I don't know. I think I disturbed a judge. They were not happy about that. Grozad underway for Slovenia. I'm big. 45 for the men. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. 45 moves for the men. I appreciate that. So 47 for the women, 45 for the men. Talking about that director allows me to say how good he is once again. Really, really impressed with this broadcast here at the gym. No action missed. Really cool. So Céline is resting down low. She made that big bump up look pretty easy as she locks the right heel in. Was that as well, speedy through this bottom section, but having to fight Brings the feet through. He's wearing some very soft shoes. He's got those unparalleled souped ups on. He was 9th in Korea. Someone's saying Matty making sacrifices. What, annoying judges? Yeah, I will do that for you. I regularly annoy judges, to be honest. Celine falls. Big fall from her on the left. I mean, judges do have quite an important job to do, to be fair, and an annoying commentator in their ears asking how many routes. I mean, it's fair enough. I'd be annoyed at myself. I am annoyed at myself, but I don't care. Gorzad up to the blocked holds. He has the block crimp. That was a solid move from him as well. Suddenly this men's route, I mean, we talked about it perhaps being too cruxy, but you suddenly realise there are levels to the game, and when you get athletes who perhaps are a little bit better on the day, you realise the moves aren't quite as bad as they seemed. Gorzad is impressive here, building on that Seoul performance. Strong right hand up, looking now to somehow unwind himself. Is that heel actually causing him problems? Update on Damon's neck as well. It's the same. He's lying motionless on the couch and he can't move his head in any direction. More than an inch in any direction. I've just got this image now of Damon who's watching on YouTube. He's hurt. Let me just update you. He hurt his neck earlier. He's watching from Canada and he can't move. So I've just got this image of him sort of with a laptop on his stomach, you know. Gin and tonic within reach. Anyway, hope you're doing good, Damon, as we watch Gorzad here flying around down low. It was this heel he couldn't work out how to unlock it. Perhaps a little low on that hold. Scrubbing it up as he went, but couldn't get the distance on the left hand. Julia Pfizer is on from Austria now. One of those who were expecting to do well here this morning. It is still this morning, coming up to 11:15 here in Bologna. Julia on the circuit for quite a while, of course. Not the best 23 season for her. Inside of the top 50 though in copper in 22. But a lady that very regular, seeing her face. Lives in Innsbruck, trains in Innsbruck. She'll be drawing on some of that experience for sure. Julia, not Julia, sorry, yeah, Julia. Fisher, not Pfizer, interesting. Apologies, I'm getting stick on that. Julia Fischer, thank you. Riccardo from Italy getting the support. He's into the underclings, hits the crimp. Peter on the Fussy channel is full correcting me. Someone's saying give him some slack. No, don't give me some slack, definitely tell me. There's a lot of names here and some of them not so used to saying, so I appreciate any help. Thank you very much, everyone. Constructive criticism, you see. That's lovely. Someone pointing something out. Don't just slate me. Riccardo into the underclings, hits the left jib, hits the right jib. Into the pinches now. Slow and steady from him, but good work. And Julia, she's through past the rest into the techie bit. Peter, you're not being annoying, honestly. I appreciate it, genuinely, I'm not just saying that. Riccardo crosses through, makes the clip. I've got an upgate on neck gate as well, I'll let you know later. Riccardo into the pinch, swings those feet around now. Big support from him. The audience know what's coming up. It's the Crux move. Keep an eye on Julia as well. Hits the left hand. Riccardo, Julia, we lose Julia. below where I thought, in 9th as well. And a big shake of her head as she comes down. Tricky for her. Ricardo, meanwhile, is still going, fighting through these awesome cut-loose moves. Hitting the pinches. Heel locked in. With this move, he's changed the heel into a toe, holds the swing early. That's what you got to do on that move. Scrub that foot down the hole, but he can't hit the left hand. Close though, in 7th, might not be enough. Big names to come. Julia as well had a big shake of her head as she fell. Yeah, just to confirm, so Olympic-wise for this comps, there's not really points in order to get that, but remember, these athletes are trying to get into the national team. They want to compete regularly in World Cups, and the selection process for World Cups has changed this year. So being in the top 40 is quite important. There's only 2 places available per country for the World Cup circuit, and then you get an extra one if you've got an athlete in the top 40. So doing well on this continental level, this Cup series, is important for selection. Some of the athletes using it for that purpose, some of them using it for practice for the Olympic Continental Series coming up. So for speed, for example, last night, we had some big names there. And they're just getting into it, you know? They're getting that practice in for Rome in a couple of weeks. So this is kind of important in terms of that. It's also just a really good competition. Hello from Australia. Thank you very much as well. Lovely comment. I appreciate that. Love to come to Australia. There's the Oceania Continental Qualifying Series, but I'm not sure anyone's going to pay my plane ticket for that one. I would like to be there. Only climbed in Australia a few times. Been to Melbourne. Great gym there. They let me stay after hours. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Dimitri Flick from Switzerland. Someone rein me in. Dimitri is underway down low. Nice harness as well. Is that Edelred? Bright pink, I really like that. Dimitri competing in Bern, 43rd for lead, so another one to keep an eye on in terms of to the finals later on. Valerie Kremer from Israel. Looking strong, powering up for these moves, holding the cut loose. So much core with that move. Chris Ree is chipping in $10 for my Australia plane ticket. Wow, it's 20 euros, so, you know, it's halfway there. Dimitri into the underclings. People are asking about Megos and Ondra, whether they qualified. Nope, they haven't qualified yet for the Olympics. Gave away a couple of tickets in Bern, and there's many more to come, don't worry. Dimitri working out the feet here. He's a tall man, so he's choosing to drop that left foot down low, but this is a big move if he's going like this. Wants the bump, hits it. Just. Yeah, I mean, his height, he used that to his advantage there in that move, but I don't think it was an ideal sequence for him, but we'll see. Valerie as well, battling high up on the route here. She's in 4th. Gets the toes. It's impressive from her. Dimitri with good flexibility. Can he hit this move though? How much does that bottom sequence cost him? I think a bit. Oh yeah, fingertips coming out. And Valerie as well. Synchronized falling there. Yeah, 2 spots per gender and country in the Olympics. That is correct. So if you're a Japanese team, for example, or a French team where you have lots of athletes, you could potentially make it. It just puts even more pressure on you because you've got to get there quickly. It would be very unlikely for a team to qualify an athlete and then pull that athlete. So If you're in a big team, and this is again why these comps are important, because if you're trying to impress, let's say you're trying to impress the French selectors, well, you need to prove that you're good enough on this level in order to come up to that World Cup level and impress there and then get selected. So hugely important for these young athletes coming through comps like this, and fun for us, right? We've got a packed comp week in September. Go from Bologna to Slovenia next week, then Rome. Oh, I can't wait for Rome. Speed qualifier. Then China. Haven't been back to China for years. Can't wait for that. And what's after China? There's something after China. Golden Olds after that, which isn't IFSC, but, you know, it's fun. France does not get more because they're host. I thought this. Someone's asking this. Yeah, it's just guaranteed. So they don't get more people. They just get guaranteed competitors. Ina from France. We're talking about France. Well, this is an exact example of this. Thank you, Universe. And the start list. You thought I would have planned that chat with the start list, but I did not. That was luck. Should I admit to that on air? I don't know. I have done. She's underway. Philipp Gassner from Germany. And, you know, this isn't just small names. Big athletes here. And in the same way as the youth series is really worth watching to spot the sort of next up-and-comers, so are these continentals. People are saying it's planned. It wasn't. It wasn't. I'll be honest, it wasn't. Well, I hope you're enjoying this. If you're watching, we are nearing the sort of like last. How many have we done? Men, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men left. Seven women. Philip resting, looking comfortable on that toe. Looking really comfortable, actually. Good from him. I haven't really seen too many people shaking out there. And he'll need it for the next couple of moves. Big ones coming up for him. Hits the swing over to the right. He won't pause now. Needs to move through, flow through these moves. And Ina is resting, gets a high heel in. She's in 17th at the moment. Philip hits that move so well. He's really found his flow. Up to the left. Still not really cutting loose, just using the toe to press into that volume, steadying himself, holding the swing. Oh, but this, and he misses. I think he went for that intermediate. Thinking it was, well, it's a foothold really. Surely not again. He's looking at it, but he needs a big move, hits it and falls. Just a bit of route reading error there. Ina, though, hasn't got a knee in yet and drops the bump. This was the sequence. So he went out with the left onto that, which is really a foothold, immediately popped off it. You can almost feel the texture of that hold, can't you, with that move? Finger sliding, but then he just was a bit stuck in two minds. Wanted to go for it again, didn't really have the power after that to go up to the right crimp. Tried the intermediate again. I can't get an intermediate, the foot again. So if you're just joining me, welcome to Bologna. We're here for the Europe Continental Cup. We're live on the EpicTV channel and the Farsi channel. Apparently last time you guys only got Italian commentary, so apologies if there's any Italians watching who are thinking, who is this man talking a load of gibberish? My name is Matt Groom. We had the speed yesterday. This is the lead semi-final, and we've got the final later on this afternoon, 4:30 Central European time, where I will definitely try to nab a guest to come and join me. Last couple of athletes coming up. Felix Madet from Austria is on deck. And I think there's Jacopo is just coming onto the stage to let you know. I'm not sure what's going on for the judges, but he's talking about something on one of the routes. He's pointing up, and I think they're going to stop things. They are stopping things for the men, so keep an eye here. He's going to be pulled down. There is a technical incident. I'm not quite sure. Jacopo is running around, and it's a twisted quick draw. I can see it, in fact. It's one of the extended draws. The quick draw is just twisted up in it. There, that sorry, wrong replay. I'm watching two screens at once here. So that's what's happening for the men's route. It's just a quick draw that's just become slightly turned on the dog bone, and that needs to be tweaked around. So the men's we paused momentarily, which means we get to focus on the women. Emma Bernard. Bernard Emma is going. So, technical incident for the men. Damon's asking, what's my perfect Sunday? This. I've had 2 cups of coffee. I'm watching climbing. I'm in Italy. What more is there to love? Hopefully get a session in later. Admittedly, a bit of magic wood action would improve my Sunday, but we can't have it all, can we? Emma, good work from her down low. Gets early clips in. She'll be ignoring the action on the right. Jacopo Lucker as well he's about to climb this route, which is, I think he's about to climb it. Jacopo, one of the best climbers in the world, especially in terms of trad. I mean, he's just so strong, and he's not climbing it. So Emma into the resting dish. And that's the quick draw. You can see on the right, the one swinging, that's the offending quick draw, I think. That's the one I can see that's twisted. You can see Jacopo there coming into your screen. So he's just pulling on draws in order to get up there and just flick that quick draw around. You can see, there it is. Thank you, Mr. Director. On the right there, yeah. The yellow and black swinging quick draw, that's the offending one. So that's the one that Jacopo will be changing. Emma will ignore him. Continue on. Got a split screen for Jacopo. Fair play. And yeah, I think he's clipping on now, so he's just going to tweak that draw. Make things good for the men's route, you can see that. So that's the adjustment that needs to be made, and quickly we'll go back underway for the men. Emma reaches up onto the jib with the right hand. She's got 4 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time, past the rest, and approaching the big Gaston shoulder move. Getting good support from Team Germany, who are out in force, actually. And it's really nice. All the athletes have gathered down in the front section here of the 24 levels gym. Benno is asking me if I get to try the routes. I do not. Maybe if I asked, possibly, but they have to strip these for the finals, but I'm not sure I get very far. I mean, the level, you've got to remember, this is probably 8B. Emma fighting into the shoulder move, hits it, swings. Yeah, on my best day, I'm not going to hit 8B, especially not indoors, so I could try them, but I'm not sure I get very far. Someone pointing out that Jacopo is cheating on the men's route. Yeah, he seems to find some jugs, didn't he? Big jugs he was pulling on. Emma falls on that shoulder move. Unlucky from her. Outside of final 27th indicated, maybe not. People were shouting out Charlie Bosco on the Arco duel. Yeah, great to hear Charlie back, wasn't it? I pretty much owe my career to Charlie Bosco, so thank you. Good friend of mine and an absolute gent. Spent lots of time in the mountains. and shared a few commentary boxes with him. So thank you, Charlie, legend of the sport. I still find it weird that I'm doing your job, honestly. I didn't take it, just want to make that clear. Charlie stepping away, moving country, but yeah, he won't hear this, but I just wanted to pay my respects to Mr. Charlie Bosco. That is our climbing wall that we are witnessing here this morning. Awesome wall. Men's on the right, the red and black. Women's on the left, yellow and black. And Felix will be back out for the men. He was called off because of that twisted quick drop. Sophia Avenda for Austria on the left. Peter on our YouTube is feeding me some facts here. Sophia from a village near Graz. Thank you very much. Valentine has just joined us saying, wasn't here from the beginning. Which athletes are we going to see? Well, some big ones to come. Camilla Pouget and Arsène Duval qualifying in first position. They'll be out last. Felix is underway again on the men's route after that delay. Slow and steady at the bottom, as is Sophia. Interesting knee there from Sophia. I think the women's route deceptively hard for those flat holds. Matt, hashtag jump stealer. Again, I've started a controversy here. We had the flat Norway controversy early on. Apparently I'm stealing jobs. I mean, I will steal your job, for sure. If it's a good job, well paid, I'm coming for it. Sophia reaches up into the undercling. Good from her. Her teammate Felix on the right. Hits the left crimp well. That was very precise climbing from him. He has got to get that crimp. Doesn't want to climb too far from the right, though. Gets to clip in, and actually, way more comfortable resting position than a couple of athletes have clipped from. People are saying, hopefully the break didn't affect Felix. Yeah, it's difficult when you're called off a route, isn't it? But it is something the athletes practice, and especially in simulations. They get thrown things, so they'll get called off, they'll get reset. So federations, if the federations are any good, they'll get specific coaching in order to get the athletes ready for moments like this, because it happens, it's sport. And if you're one of those athletes who completely goes to pieces, you're going to struggle. Felix, though, does miss the left foot. He's got it in now. Starting to shake a little bit as he trusts it, rocks up on that jib. Bumps into the right hand. Good work from Felix. Hits with the left as well. And Sophia having to work hard here. She's got 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Felix started a bit before, 3:16 for him. Big move up. He's good at those big bump moves. Felix cutting loose, holding that crimp. Great finger strength in order to do that. That early release is not easy to read. It makes sense to sort of drag the heel, but as we know, not really working. And Sophia is through the crux move of that women's route as well. Up with the right hand onto the crimp. Felix, awesome from him. He hits the transition. Things getting less steep from now onwards. And just resting really well. Sophia stretched out though, now changes the right foot, rocks up. Just past 11:30 here in Bologna, nearing the end of the semi-final. Oh, it's just past 2:30 a.m. in the US apparently, on the West Coast. Oh, we're losing someone. Doberine goes. Doberine, not from the chat, I mean. Good night, Doberine. Sleep well. Felix goes as well. Slapping up to the left pinch. He comes down. Sophia still going. Great work from her. Gets the heel locked in. Moving up into second position at the moment. Hits the banana hold. And this is a new high point from Sophia. Brilliant from her. Crosses through, matches that banana. Into the slopers now, though. And we get to see some new sequences. She moves into 39 and the top spot and then falls. Arms back. She floats through the air. Sophia comes down. Our new high point for the women. Let's watch a replay here of Felix. Again, great work from the team getting these replays out for us. Thank you very, very much. Felix up to the right crimp, slid down it on the blocker. And he was just really good at these dynamic moves to the crimps. Of course, I'm reading the chat, Victor. I'm enjoying the chat. Now, it's good for you guys to answer questions, because honestly, like, we miss things sometimes. So if you ask questions and it's something that I haven't said or I haven't seen, then it does give me an opportunity to sort of like see it, because you can't cover everything, and I do like that interaction with you watching. Right, Nimrod Marcus is walking on off screen from Israel. Probably is he the biggest name here? Possibly the biggest name here. So we're watching a replay of Sophia. This was the new high point. And catching from Belgium, Lucy Watlington. Watley. Oh my goodness. Watilon. Why can't I not say that? Lucy Watilon. So Lucy, and there is Nimrod Marcus. It's his event, the Golden Holds, where I'll be going to, which I can't wait for. And Nimrod getting the support from Team Israel down at the front here. Should do well, expecting him to make finals. Hope I haven't just cursed him. So Lucy is on the left, Nimrod is on the right. Yeah, people pointing out how good the Austrians were in that last round. Yeah, really, really good. Impressive stuff from them. Lucy is through the first couple of moves you do have to concentrate on. Out far left now, has a left foot smear in. Nimrod needs to be careful with these feet down low. He's got the power. That's the thing with Nimrod. Yeah, knock on wood, someone's saying. Yeah, I don't want to curse him. And Nimrod easy through with a left hand cross through, gets the toe in. It's such a classic World Cup move, that, isn't it? Those low toes stretched out, requiring nasty body position. What's your favourite climbing wall in the world? That's what the chat is talking about right now. Do go on to the chat, join in the conversation. Apologies if you're missing this afterwards and you can't, but you know, you should have got up earlier. What have you been doing? Lucy is in the rest. Straight arms from her, gives that right arm a shake. Nimrod, big cross-through move. Holds it, he's in 10th at the moment. Should find something back here as he finds the match to make the adjustment. Interesting from him. Leaving himself enough room, trying to find something up high. There's not a lot to go on there. Hits the next pinch really, really low. Won't want to be swinging around. Nimrod making another match. Has that heel in. Lots of support from him. Hasn't got the... Oh, he hasn't got the clip in, and he does fall in 9th. Touching on wood did not help, and he looks straight down towards Team Israel there. Bit disappointed, so we'll not see Nimrod later. Stick with Lucy, shall we? Oh, just hits that undercling. bumping the hands under. And Lucie has a long left heel and can't hit that clip. She wants to get it in, was fiddling around with it. Goes up to the right-hand crimp instead, then locks the toe back in. Needs a double clip here. That's the one she was struggling with. You couldn't quite see it on the camera. Thank you, camera team, for that. And this clip as well. Oh, God, we know this feeling. Oh, it's so close, isn't it? Right by her head, swinging around. She can't get it in. Wants it now. Fingers uncurling, and she hits it, nearly falling. Misses, falls. Oh, that was emotional. It's that, my toes curl when I watch a climber do that, because you just know what it's like. And this was Nimrod's fall. Had the left arm and hit the heel. Couldn't unwind himself after that. Was very low on this hold. Yeah, just a little low. Couldn't stand up on that heel. Oh, apparently Jan is saying he's got the plus, so he's in 6th. Hang on, let me just update my app. So Nimrod might be through. I said he was outside, but that plus could have made all the difference. Remember, appeals in the same way as for the IFSC. Yeah, he's in 6th. Okay, so 26 plus. All right, well, Nimrod, fair play. Yeah, we are waiting on appeals. Do remember that. And this was the clip moment. This was the thing that got my toes curling. It's not dangerous necessarily, don't think that. It's just, if anyone here is a climber, and you just know, don't you? You know what it's like when you can't get a clip. It's the worst feeling. Arms starting to burn as you fumble for it. Luca Boldrini. Any relation? Remember Boldrini, the climbing shoe brand? Is he wearing Boldrini? I'm trying to have a look now. I don't think so. I think he's got Las Sportivas in. Anyway, he crosses through. Steps on the jib. Luca is the last Italian athlete for the men. Ilaria Scalaris for the women will be out in a minute or two. Rosa Reka from Slovenia is on the left of your screen. Mr. Boldrini was 11th in Korea. Rosa with a high heel. She steps through on those flat holds. Got to trust your feet through that sequence. She's positively through though. Good work from her. She won a Continental Cup, in fact, in Zlina in July. So she's got big potential here. Luca has that heel, and we know, half ankle, half heel. Rosa reaches up high, gets the undercling in. Luca as well. This is where Nimrod fell, so if he can get a little bit higher, we know he can squeak in, but that was a close one. Snatched back with the left. Had to make that move twice, really. Up to the pinches now. Swinging around with that right leg. Gets the toe in underneath. But we know you don't want to be too low on this sequence. He needs to get a little bit of height, get those hips up, trust the heel, rock up a little. Maybe change the feet, which he does, but he wants to clip in as well. A lot going on the right. Hits the crimp. And we'll have to see with these pluses whether that gets him in. Luca Boldrini, though, is down. Any relation to Boldrini shoes? Does anyone know on the chat? I don't. Maybe it's just a very common Italian name. Probably that. Rosa hits the crimp. This was the clip that we know can be a bit problematic. She hits it low, though. Good decision from her. I think it gets harder the higher you go. Into the Gaston. Hits the crimp, super small hold. See, that's a great angle on that hold. So you go from a Gaston move, which is all shoulders, into a crimp where you have to sort of, different muscles, got to unwind into that a bit. Make sure the fingers are engaged. A lot of these athletes wearing bands on their legs, by the way. I've been looking around. I'm pretty sure that that's just to indicate the sections of the wall you're allowed into. There are appeals going through as well, so oh, what a big fall there from Rosa. Yeah, there are a few appeals, so remember these results are provisional and will probably go off air before that. Damon is asking about grades. Route setters hate talking about grades, and it is very hard to grade these routes because it's just not like a normal route. But generally for a World Cup, you're talking around about 8C plus for men, around about 8C, 8B plus for women. And we're not far off that level here, so I would imagine, if I'm guessing with no knowledge, but using my own experience, I'd say men's probably around the 8C mark, perhaps 8B plus, and women's knocking on the door of 8A plus, 8B, perhaps 8B plus, depending. Diego Forbert from France, second penultimate athlete out for the men. There is Diego sitting on that left heel. Champoury was 18th for the Continental Cup. I mean, it's even a World Cup since Copper, so been out of the circuit for a while. Jan is letting me know Boldrini, we don't think he's related to the Boldrini shoe dynasty. Thank you, Jan. I did suspect, considering the last Sportiva shoe, but you never know. Diego doing well here, though. Positive, shakes out. Only 2 climbers to go for the men, 3 for the women. Noah Chiran is coming out now, another big name on the World Cup circuit. We hear her a lot. 3 to go for the women, 2 for the men. Hello from New Zealand, Julia Torres. Congratulations to David from New Zealand, speed climber, taking gold. New Zealand's first gold medal, wicked that. Diego hits the crimp well, but he's got an awkward clip here to gets it in, but he's gonna have to have a shake with that right hand, surely. And no, powerful stuff. Well, different method there. Much more shouldery to do it like that. Drills in that left toe, but he's having to snatch here, but he's in 4th, so he's into the finals. He won't know, of course. And he falls into the finals, though, should be. Diego is done. There is Noah Chiran on the left. Watch Diego again. Interesting sequence after this. Just got that incredibly awkward clip in. Watching the replays, yeah, that was he got this right hand up and then had to do this. Yeah, big fall from him. Right, there is Noah Chiran. Highest qualifying Israeli athlete, Ilaria Skalaris and Camilla Pouget to come. Final, 4:30 Central European time. That's when we kick off. live on the EpicTV channel, as you know, if you're watching, or Fazi, which, again, you'll know, just to confirm. Maybe I'll get clipped, you never know, I'll be on Instagram. Noah Sharan, up with the right hand, resting opportunity coming up in the next couple of moves here. Up into the dish, makes the match. And on stage, the final male athlete out, Arsène Duval. Noah through the rest, will climb quickly from now on through the next sequence of hold as she progresses towards that shouldery crux move. Yeah, Arsène on the right, won the last Continental Cup. Can he make it the double? Did well in Briançon as well, 20th in lead, so expecting him to do well, but as we know, this route doesn't take any prisoners. Noah Sharan up with the right hand into the blocked hold, big wide pinch there, gets the thumbs involved. Arsène is looking to make this clip low, which he does. Now he's got to go out left, hits the pinch, gets that thumb involved in the jib, and then that big tick mark gives you an idea of how overhanging it is through that section. Noah getting encouragement. She's sitting in 14th, needs to get through. Trust that crimp. Hope the fingers don't unlock. Hits the undercling but falls. I don't think that's going to be enough. Arsène is carrying on. Meanwhile, he's in 18th currently with 22. You can see where first, second and third is on the graphic. Great to have that graphic. All right, Arsène is nearing the business end. Hit these blind crimps first of all, get that out of the way, and prepare to bump. Thank you to everyone on the chat, keeping me entertained certainly throughout. Appreciate all of your words, whether they're related, ridiculous or not. I'm very much enjoying it. Thank you very much for joining me. Arsène hits that left hand well, into the pinches, has the heel. How do you clip though? And you can see fiddling around with that left foot. Oh, just sort of tentatively takes that hand up. Oh yeah, he hasn't got that low clip in yet. I hadn't spotted that, so it's right down by his leg. So big commitment in order to do the sequence before making that clip. But he's got it in now. In 13th though, so needs to keep focused. Remember, the athletes don't know the score when they come out. There's no big scoreboard here, so they won't be able to get a glimpse of it. Arsène struggling now, misses the right crimp. He comes down, and that will be outside. Head in his hands as he falls. And Ilaria Scalaris on the left rereads the route. The athletes did read these routes before the stream started. Thanks, Chris Ree, as well. Appreciate it, keep you entertained. I keep myself entertained as well. And I am commentating, Victor, yes. I will hopefully have a guest here in the commentary box. Not sure who, I'm sure I'll find someone. Arsène, that was the clip that he struggled with, right down low between his legs. Decided not to clip it. Which perhaps was sensible, but then this next sequence is the one he fell on. He was low again, couldn't hit that crimp. There is Ilia Scalaris wrapping the left arm under the undercling. Did well yesterday for qualifying. 2 routes, of course, as normal. Moving the hands, and that's a great angle of that hold. So the men's route is done. Do go and check out the IFSC app. I'm not sure if we get a scoreboard at the end of this to see the results, but do remember provisional. But the men's is finished. We're watching Ilaria Scalaris, then we have Camilla Pouget after that. Ilaria has the crimp locked in. She was at Bern, and she's one of those athletes, as we were talking about, where proving herself at this level, I mean, she's very experienced as a competitor, but not necessarily a definite to be selected. So if she can do well in comps like this, you just have, you know, more when you approach a selector, when the selectors are looking at your names. Ilaria up with the right hand. She rests. 16th at the moment. A lot of climbing to go from Ilaria. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Jan, who are leaving us, or have left us by now, on the other chat. Two regulars on my chat feed. Thank you for joining me. Ilaria has the heel. She's shaking and struggling here a little bit. Hits a foothold with the right hand, using that as an intermediate to swing over into the blocked sloper. Big move up now to the crimp. Nails it. Good work from Ilaria. Has the heel locked in. Gets the clip. This is good from her. 22nd though. Here's the Crux move. We really get to focus on this sequence now. She'll drop back in order to adjust the feet. Eyes up this move. She scored that left toe in, comes back down. Oh, holds the swing. Dynamic stuff from Ilaria. Had to work at that one though, and that's a good fight from her. All right, now's the moment to shake out, chill out a little bit, maybe get that knee in. She hasn't spotted it though, goes up with the left hand. Yeah, she needs to flick those hands over and gets the right in. This is a real battle from her. Comes up, gets the next clip through. That crimp coming. Quick draw, banging on her head, just a reminder it's there. Crosses through with the left hand, gets the awkward clip, and Ilaria really having to work. She's got that clip in though. Into the right hand. In 6th position now. Great from her. So looked a bit shaky down low, but she's done enough. Hits that slopey crimp. You can see the fingers dragging on that. Can't close it up. Matthew, I am reading the chat. Yep. Oh, she falls. Kicking out to her left. But that's 4th position. That is a finals place, and that's good work from Ilaria Scalaris and Team Italy. Get another member in to the finals. She won't know yet though. She'll wait for confirmation of that one. These were the moves down low where she looked a little bit shaky but found something in the top. Last athlete to go. Almost 12 p.m. Watching a replay of Ilaria's last sequence here. She was into the final panel, kicked out left. Looking for 8 in the final. And Ilaria looks disappointed, but she is in. Another one of those not incidences. That you can see the setters jammed a carabiner in there. Yeah, and he's just, sorry, a Grigori in there, I think. He's just using it to unlock the knot. Have to use a figure of 8 knot. You climb outdoors, a bowline is one of those knots that sort of unlock easier, but it's against IFSC regulations. Got to use a fig 8, but that can lock up occasionally. And that is our audience. You can see Ilaria greeting the coaches. That's the people sitting and watching. And then as we pan upwards, there is Mr. MC and the DJ up there, and then another level. See, levels to this gym, hence the name. And hopefully up there somewhere there's a kill board I'm going to get to climb on. That's my plan, but I'm not sure if I'll be allowed in. It's complicated. I'll sneak in somehow. Right, Camille Pouget from France. Top qualifier, final athlete out. Bit of house music going on in the background here. Feels a bit early for that, but maybe not. What do you think? Is there a house music sort of euphoric cut-off point? Does it have to be 6 p.m. somewhere for that? Don't know. Camille, though, highest recent World Cup score, 6th in Briançon. So another one you'd expect to be climbing up towards the top panel. Men's route was not topped out. Women's route has yet to be. Camille, the final athlete who could potentially do that. And we talked about socks and climbing shoes. We have a live example. Committing to the socks. And it's not sweaty in this gym, so that was my logic gone. Maybe just, I mean, fair play. If it feels good, do it. Within, you know, societal bounds and all that. No house music before dusk. Jeffrey's official official ruling on the house music. It's definitely not dusk. It's 12 o'clock. We're after midday. It's fine. Definitely fine. Camille up through the rest. Big positive move out to the left now. Gets the right heel in. Yep, the sock gang have started here on the chat. Camille, chalk everywhere already, chalking up. These holds routes aren't cleaned. Usually in a semi-final, about halfway through, we get it. Just making that long clip. This is the Crux move. Ilaria spent a while here trying to figure it out. Did it in the wild way. You can do it more statically by keeping the feet low, which she's doing. Eyes up this Gaston move. Hits it. Just a click with the left. That's the difference. Ilaria full swing. Camille had the right foot locked in on the crimp. Camille bumps up. Huge high heel there. Good flexibility from her. She moves into 9th position, 7th position now. Should be safe. Doesn't know it yet, of course. Approaching the final panel. I'd love to see a top here. She's got 2 minutes 50 on the clock left, so plenty of time to get it done. Swinging around with that left leg now. Catches it. Really leaning back, sitting, hips almost vertical up towards the ceiling. Camille easily into the final, 2nd place. Can she set the new high point? It's got one hand on the banana hold, brings the right into the match. Sloper next, no jibs here. It's that pinch. I think she needs to change it. Gets her heel locked in though. This is awesome from her. Misses the final pinch. She falls, but will be in the finals and the top spot with 40 on the scoreboard. Hi to Krista, by the way, from New Zealand. Leg in a cast, can't climb. Krista, I hope you get better soon. Camille Pouget is done though. She looks up at the wall, qualifying in first position. That's 2 firsts for her in a row. Good from her. Easy Crux move down low. Got that little knee scrub to take the pressure off. Looked over to the right. Hit the pinch, screaming a bit as she moved forward. See you later. For those of you who are leaving the chat, as we wind things down, you can sign up for the notification for the next live stream on EpicTV YouTube channel if you want to watch that. Well, we'll leave you now. Have a wonderful afternoon, everyone, and we will return for the finals, 4 p.m., 4:30 p.m. Central European Time. Thank you for watching, everyone. It's been fun. Thank you to the chat, and I'll see you soon.